me pop out the chats. Okay. Think we're good. Oh, I need to flip these. Oh, there you go, Chubby. I mean, yeah, don't feel obligated for that. I should probably start making some like YouTube videos on like a whole new channel just for cooking. Oh, you liked it? Yeah. Yeah, did you get to watch it? Like even a little bit? That's awesome. If you check your email, you should have gotten like a link to the memory of it, and that's where you can like rewatch the whole thing. We'll also be publishing it as a YouTube video as well. Right, with like some editing and like, you know, fix-ups. But if you want to get like the raw version of it like sooner, then yeah, check out that like memory of the session. I don't have the cooking channel yet, but I really want to do it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the part that we're on for Vexilla today. We need to review the Go SDK changes in this PR. Let's double check it. If we look at files changed, right? Yep, they added exceptions and exceptions test to the build.basel files. Awesome. Yep, I'll accept those. Those look good. Here they run a test. And I think that was where we ended up having a comment earlier. Off to go cook? Yeah, no worries, Pounce Penguin. I'll be here for a good 3 or 4 hours at least. Not sure what I'm having for dinner yet. Not some random children. All right. Ah, okay. Expected message. I see what they're doing here. Got it. So this is the testing. Totally works for me. Ooh, sliders with roasted veggies. Nice. I'm guessing you mean like burger sliders, which are amazing. Just the best. All right, so yep. I think they ended up fixing something we commented on for one of these. Yep. All right, just got to double check the PR. Yeah. I think that cleans that up just fine. Yeah, looks good to me. And yeah, awesome stuff. Yeah, awesome. Ooh. I forgot one thing though. I should have updated the description. So they closed that one. This one just got closed. Number 52. And yeah, what's up, I Play Games? How you doing? All right, cool. Man, yeah, thank you for the work, Dirk or Freaks. Really awesome. The one we are going to work on today is now this one. Yeah, bunch of changes. Nice. All right, what is this branch going to be called? It is going to be feature client specific errors in Swift. All right, so let's pop this open. How's the audio? Oh, system audio. Microphone working, system audio not working. So we don't have music over on YouTube. So let me add that. All right, testing, testing. We want music to be audible a bit. All right. So yeah, people on YouTube, let me know if the music volume needs to be fiddled with. Is it too quiet? Things like that. Now, give it a sec while it ramps up into this song. Testing, testing, testing. Trying to see my voice compared to it. It's probably a little loud compared to my voice. Testing, testing, testing. All right, so YouTube viewers, let me know if I need to fix it. In the meantime, I'm going to keep working on what we're doing. Hey, thanks, Snarky. All right, so we don't need that open. We'll leave it to the side. So yeah, we're gonna be doing some Swift stuff. And yeah, did anyone else get a chance to watch the workshop today? Any feedback would be welcome. Sab already contributed some really good feedback. You installed GitLens today, thanks to the talk. Awesome, that's legit. Yeah, let me know if you have questions or any issues. I'm gonna pour out this stale whiskey lemonade. I think we can hop into one right now. Advice for a React.js app. You have like 5 different JSON structures to render as layers on a map. This data can later be updated and may be fetched from a random API. You're doing a custom hook to fetch and format it to GeoJSON, but you're really struggling with scalability. Yeah, later creeps in. Yeah, exactly. You even mentioned it to your teammates too? Hold on, let me make sure I can read that. You have it as an approved plugin on your marketplace at work for VS Code. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Yeah, if you end up getting, you know, people involved, I would say maybe try and apply to the Get Kraken Champions program. You know, you can get some swag for like introducing it to coworkers and stuff. And it's like exclusive swag. It's like hoodies and stuff that like we can't even get as employees of Get Kraken. So that's pretty cool. All right, so Seb, yeah, let's think about your question here. So, number one, I would say, are you doing it in pure React or are you using like Next.js or something? And how often does the data change? And yeah, I deserve a victory lemonade whiskey for getting the workshop done. Oh yeah. Toast me with the water bottle? Yeah, I probably should have kept with the water for another hour or two. But yeah, Seb, are you still out there? Maybe let us know when you're actually able to chat it out. Okay, there you go. So data is from analytics, sales, etc. No, that's fine. That's fine. I would say try and consider if the backend can store it as GeoJSON, right? In like a separate table or something. Right? Because then that processing can be handled on the back end. And as like an example for what you're doing, could you build it as like a build step instead? Right? Because I'm willing to bet that the transforming from the JSON you have into the GeoJSON is actually fairly time consuming. So I would see if you could actually make that processing happen at a different time. Right? And I would try and work with your back-end team to make that happen. If it's getting put into a database, then they do have a back-end. Right? You have to fetch the JSON from somewhere. I know they don't have it yet, but you need to work with the back-end team because they plan on doing that process, right? I understand what the problem is right now, and that's why I'm saying, do you have a way that you can do it with a build step rather than at runtime? That's fine. So if there is going to be a back-end, you need a way of processing the data when you get it from whatever source, and when you put it into the database, you would process that into the GeoJSON at the same time, at the same exact time as you're taking it in from that source. So then, when you are doing the fetch to the backend later, when you finally have a backend, it would be GeoJSON already. So think about the time at which you are doing this conversion from regular JSON data to GeoJSON data, right? That, that spec transformation. Do that when the data comes in. Then you're not doing it at runtime in the browser. And to mimic that, basically have a script that does the transformation for what you have in local files as just like a command line. Most likely using, I'm going to guess, JavaScript or TypeScript. If you make that into a script that you run over the JSON files to create new files that you then fetch, then you've already written most of the logic for when you do that transformation later on the back end. Right? So that will already simplify things quite a bit. And then from there, I would also bet, I haven't looked at what you're doing yet, but if you say you have a custom hook for it, are you making your fetch for all of these things happen in like a promise.all? If so, you're waiting on the slowest one to show a result. So instead, you want to split out those fetches into individual, like, fetch and populate into your map. So you can load a single layer at a time instead of all 5 layers. Based on the trigger from the checkboxes, sure. If I have all 5 boxes checked, are you only fetching the one that was just now checked? Or are you kind of fetching all of them in the same hook? If it's just one for each checkbox and they're all individually resolving, then yeah, you're good to go there. So that part's fine. I would say just make sure that you're not doing a promise.all style of like fetching of those things, because then you are having to wait on the slowest one. Even though they're happening in parallel, you're still making your fast ones wait on the slow one. So yeah, just don't do a promise.all fetch for those things. Yeah, no worries. How often does the data change? That's another question. Because you might really benefit from something like React Query, which is basically tan stack query, because it'll handle like caching and a whole bunch of things for you as well. You can think of tan stack query or React query as almost like it's a data fetching library, but it's also a state management library for the data from your fetching. So then it handles caching and a whole bunch of stuff for you just out of the box. Yeah. So if the data is not changing that frequently, you would benefit massively from having some good caching. Now, granted, you can get a lot of that from, like using browser cache headers, etc. But that requires that your backend is set up to actually have good cache headers. And sometimes there's mistakes there. So here's my next point. You probably don't need to store the GeoJSON data in the database. You can instead take it into the database, and at the point that you're taking it into the database for like long-term storage and business needs, etc., you then output the GeoJSON data to places on like S3 or something like that. And then you can have it go out and get cached at the CDN level too, and then it's data that's closer to your user. So it depends on like, how globally distributed their customer base is. But that's like a major like optimization that you can do later. You can start out keeping the GeoJSON data just in the database. But I would highly recommend eventually moving that out to a static file storage instead, because the data doesn't change that quickly. No worries. You'll get to it eventually. I think you can get by pretty quickly with a naive approach, and then later you can optimize for caching and static file stuff and the CDN and blah, blah, blah. I don't think you're going to pay much cost leaving that off, right? There are certain things where judging whether that optimization needs to happen now or later is really based upon judging the effort it would take to do it now versus later. And if the amount of effort is the same for now versus later, then just make it later. Whereas if doing it later would be way more effort, then it might make sense to do it now. In this case, I think that optimization of caching and CDN and static files, that can happen later. And the effort to do so is basically going to be the same as if you did it now. I would make sure that if you are the one-man person or one-person team, that you draft up some of these plans as future development practices. Right? You need to prove out the system first, and then optimizing for later can happen, right? But make sure you're documenting your plans for these things. Right? Get approval from the company, etc. You know, with them knowing that, hey, it might not be the absolute most performant thing from the start, but we want to get it out there and test it first. So yeah, no worries. Yeah, exactly. All right, so here in types, at the very top, we have our stuff right there. If we look at this, we see that Joannis Orlando's last month made a PR number 42, which is awesome. But we probably end up wanting to create another set of like enums for specific errors, right? So could not decode raw value, that's important. Could not create UTC time zone, right? And like, you know, scheduling errors, those are important. But what we end up wanting to do next are probably like a whole different enum of errors that are specifically for, you know, kind of what we're doing here. So, right, Vexilla client error. And that's kind of a pretty good auto completion there, tab 9. I think these are auto-completed based on something that is not going to make sense for what we're doing. I don't even know if could not create URL is worthwhile. So yeah, let's go check on it. So yeah, I'm gonna just close this. I don't think those cases matter as much. I was kind of hoping that we'd be able to do like a better error here. I want to go look at some other Swift enum examples. Right, so at validation error, error 0. When we look at what they created up here, there's too long, too short, invalid character found. So by enabling our error type to be localized, we can extend the validation error to conform to localized error. All right, so we can return a message for these things. Okay. What is the comment part for? Oh, so I'm not sure I like this. Oh, it's for asynchronous. Ah, right. And you can no longer try catch the async stuff. Okay. So I think we're good because most of the errors that we want to spit out are not for async. They are synchronous. I think there might be some async ones, but not right now. So yeah, the guards, we don't care about the guards as much right now. We are going to be throwing errors. What I'm curious about, we definitely want to do the localized description. So what I'm wondering now is, oh, okay. Invalid character found, let character. Character can then be part of like the formatting string. Got it. So we're going to have to do some like formatting stuff, which I think is fine. Okay. Right, and that's for only things where we're passing values around, such as the feature ID or, you know, like the group ID, etc. So yeah, okay. So that's the process. We're going to go start implementing our other errors and see what happens. But hold on. So you despise custom styling in WordPress. Let me read your statement. Sorry. It's ridiculous. Somehow altering CSS properties and pseudo classes through an HTML snippet through a style element works. Adding it through the additional CSS never seems to work. The style keeps its old form. Chatting, you might be running into specificity issues. Right? So I would double check, right? Load up the page, do an inspect element, and see the order in which the CSS files are being loaded. My guess is that there's a file being loaded after yours that is overriding what you're doing. You can fix that by either being more specific or by modifying the order in which the CSS gets added to the page. But I would bet money you're dealing with CSS specificity. One way to double check that is do it the proper way, right? Rather than the style element thing. Yeah, more specific with the selectors. That might not make much sense if you're not as CSS savvy, and I'll dig into it. But one thing to check is do an inspect element after doing it the right way. And when you're inspecting that element, right? Let's try and do like a version of it. You're going to see over here where the styles are. No, that's fine. Right? We've got article P, discover content P. And then we've got the star, we've got the P tag, right? So these things are less specific than this. So you've got your default P tag, which is a specificity of, let's just say 1, because it's a raw element. Whereas here you've got discover.content P. So this P will always take precedence no matter what the order that they were included, like, as part of it, right? Because that is a more specific selector. So instead, right, CSS specificity calculator. And any of them will work. The key to recognize is that certain things are more specific. It's why you pretty much never want to style things by IDs because you have a hell of a time trying to actually override it later. Right? But as you start adding selectors here, right? Hold on, how do we add another? You can duplicate, sure. Or, hold on. Right, so the before, we end up getting 012 versus 013. 013 will always be more specific no matter what order they were added to the page in. Here we get 112. 112 will always be more specific than 013 or 012. But one thing to remember is that this is basically like semantic versioning. So the 0 there, or like the ID, is its own number. The class is its own number. And the 3 is its own number. So if you get this up to 11, it will still be less specific than 112. Even though if you look at it as like a raw number, you would be at 113, or like, you know, right? Let's say we put this to an 11. This would be a 0, 11, 3. Oh, are we getting follow botted? I think we're getting follow botted. Whatever. That's fine. You can support anything you want, but we don't want politics here. And especially with that final message of stupid blank. Good job, troll. You're not supporting your cause very well by being so abrasive. I don't care what side you're on. No politics. The sad part is you decided to pick a side. Ah, it's fine there, chatting. It's no worries. We got trolls. We got trolls all the time, man. I'm actually really happy they didn't troll too hard over in the workshop today, right? Because I publicized it here on Twitch, but no one actually hopped in and trolled as badly as I get trolled here. So that's awesome. But chatting, I would say, yeah, just recognize that it's not a raw number. It's like semantic versioning. So with your packages, when you have a 1.0.0, that is always going to take precedence over a 0.11.3. Even though if you were to like concatenate the numbers, you got 113 versus 100, right? It's not a raw number. It is like semantic versioning. So that would be why certain things are not able to be more specific without using something like an ID, which is typically why you never want to style based upon IDs, because they actually give you a dead end specificity-wise. You always have to reference the ID at that point. One of the big reasons Tailwind is so useful and important is every single Tailwind class is a specificity of 010, because it's just a class. So you never run into the specificity issues like what we're talking about. Sorry, responding to someone's comments on my taco post. They said, add sauce, you're welcome, and no. That's too SoCal for me. I don't like a soggy, mushy taco. No innuendo on that one. The YouTube stream should have a chat. Yeah, YouTube has a chat. I just did testing over there. I've never heard of truffle for YouTube. No idea what that is. Yeah, give it a shot. Test it out over there. Let me know. Oh, that could be interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of truffle. Okay. I mean, so I would say, Apu, like, try commenting there. I don't see any of your messages, though. Can anyone else chat over on YouTube? Right, just a quick test. If anyone here is willing to try. Oh, no worries. Yeah, just saying. All right, so SBYT was able to chat. Thank you. Yeah. Testes. 1, 2, 3. The HTML style element is most likely being added later in the page, so it may be the same specificity, but because it's added later, it overrides. All right, yeah, seems to be working. Thank you, Flashy Gator. Thank you, Prevan, Emil. Ah, your SBYT, cool. Oh, and Prevan, your photos from you traveling, those were cool. Yeah, thank you for sharing those on Twitter. So yeah, chatting on a yoinked phone. Due to how CSS is cascading style sheets, the order in which they are added to the page matters when the specificity is the same. It does not matter when there is a higher specificity. So you're most likely running into the fact that when you're doing it the proper way, your CSS file is being added before another thing that is with the same specificity. Does that make sense? So if you make your selector more specific by adding another class, you might be able to override things. But you need to calculate the specificity of the thing that is overriding what you're doing. Exactly, chatting on a yoinked phone. That is the cascading part of CSS. Yeah, you totally got that right. And don't worry about it. This is one of the things that really gets people. This is one of the things that makes back-end developers that have not looked up and understood what specificity is actually recognize that front-end is not as easy as they thought. No, it's one of those things that just actually takes like practice. You can read about it all you want, but until you've actually like run into the issues with it, you're never gonna know. So you're actually going through the required steps to actually understand it by pulling your hair out a bit because of it. You learn more from mistakes than you do from success, categorically. That's one of the things my dad said a lot while growing up. Only reason he knows anything is because he's messed up so much. It's kind of true. Had to disable all extensions, not sure which one it was. As soon as you narrow it down, you'll let us know. Yeah, no worries, Ricardo, or Apu. What I would say real quick, do you have an ad blocker? Because I could bet YouTube would restrict an ad blocker or a VPN tool. So maybe check that out. But that would be the first thing I would suspect. Yeah, right. So, I don't know, worth checking. You can always like enable, like re-enable things and see if that's the one that breaks it. Ah, no worries, chatting. I think the biggest thing is I'm not trying to teach. I'm just here to build stuff, and then like, you know, random questions are great. I appreciate having y'all here for keeping me motivated to keep coming back. That's temporary, though, I play games. You'll actually be able to understand most of this stuff pretty quick. Only reason I know it is because I just felt like trying and being willing to fail. Yeah, right. Trying is a big part, but also just like understanding that you're not going to succeed at everything you do. Nobody does. Being able to fall and get back up again is actually what makes a good snowboarder. Right? Actually learning how to fall in a really good way is what makes a snowboarder who can actually last. I've definitely messed that up a bunch of times because I got the broken collarbones, I got the dislocated shoulder. But there are plenty of other times where I'm falling and I could have just straight to the ground, or you can tuck and roll. Learning how to fall is really important. No, Ricardo, so you just re-enabled everything and it's working now? Oh, that's a bummer. I don't even know. Not sure. So chatting, I want to point out, WordPress is actually a fantastic tool. There are definitely ways to use it wrong, and that's throwing plugins at stuff. You're actually going to get the best bang for your buck out of making your own custom plugins for a lot of things, or advanced custom fields at the bare minimum. Rather than just a bunch of other plugins, you can build out a lot of stuff yourself using either custom plugins or advanced custom fields, which is kind of like a good halfway kind of point. So if you want to get good at WordPress, you should definitely learn advanced custom fields. And that's just a plugin, but it's a plugin that allows you to add like extra functionality for the users of your WordPress tools, right? Or your WordPress sites or whatever. I didn't use advanced custom fields when I was, doing my own stuff. The moment I started at like a WordPress agency, and technically I moved on to like JavaScript front-end applications, etc. there, but I started out doing some WordPress stuff still. They were heavy users of ACF because they have a lot of like dev designers, which are like design-focused developers, whereas I'm more of a developer and less design-focused. So for them, ACF was a lifesaver. For me, I could have just made a custom plugin that did it, but ACF made it quicker than making a custom plugin. And it made it to where like other devs could contribute to them instead of just like me being the better programmer at the time and them not understanding any of the logic. Yeah, exactly, chatting, right? WordPress is actually amazing these days because it ships with a REST API. And I don't know if the GraphQL API is part of the core yet, but it's an official plugin that will eventually be merged into the core just like the REST API was. So you can consume WordPress headlessly using Next.js or Gatsby or some other static site generator like Astro or whatever. You can have really awesome compiled optimized front ends consuming WordPress as if it's just a database or like a, you know, a headless CMS. Yeah, WooCommerce is garbage. I'll say that right now. WooCommerce is total garbage. They cram every single bit of data into the get post meta field. It's awful. It's the worst database design ever. They're basically just taking JSON, serializing it into the get post meta field for a post, and then it like gets read out otherwise. So like being able to query any of that data, nope. It's really bad. Yeah, WooCommerce is the worst. And they nickel and dime you over plugins and things like that, right? Oh, you want shipping with UPS? $200. Oh, you want shipping with FedEx? Another $200. Oh, you wanted USPS as well? $200. So yeah, like WooCommerce is only free if you're not actually doing anything with it. What's up, noob? How you doing? You're currently learning front end using Flask and HTML. Do I think you should utilize WordPress? I'd say keep learning Flask and HTML, right? But that's like a monolith. So instead, recognize that you can do a headless CMS with WordPress and then consume it into other things, like when you want to learn Astro or Next or whatever. Then you can actually see the power of having WordPress act as a CMS and consuming that into whatever else you got. WordPress doesn't care how its data gets rendered, technically, if you're treating it that way. So then you can build out your front end in anything you want. Hugo, whatever. Which means that you can use the same WordPress backend or, you know, content and just rebuild the front end in a new thing that you want to learn. And that can be worthwhile. Because then you're not having to spin up a new WordPress site behind the scenes. You can just build it out with a different piece of like front end tech. That's really useful. And that's where you get the power of the separation between your front end and your back end. If your back end doesn't care how its JSON data gets rendered, your front end can do anything it wants with that. Your back end can stay static and just do its thing, and you can rewrite the front end in any framework you want. That is a huge amount of power that I think is a good learning process. So understand the monolith approach that you're doing right now, I play games, and then eventually start recognizing the separation of concerns between front end and back end. Yup, exactly. There you go, precisely, chatting. At some point, you'll stop using those because you can probably self-host it more performantly on a VPS. But it depends on if you're doing it for yourself and it depends on if maybe you're doing it for a client. If you're doing it for a client, just set them up on WP Engine or some BS, right? Make them eat the cost of that hosting, and then you can walk away from it if you don't like that client. By hosting client projects, you can charge them more for that hosting, but it's also a set of handcuffs at that point. Golden handcuffs, basically. You want to be able to walk away from a bad client as easily as possible. Which is why I encourage you to set them up for paying for their own hosting. All right, so what we need to do then, I kind of want to look at some of my other code here. Let's restart our extensions real quick. Oh, and it's going to be slow. Hold on, let's give it some time. And yeah, no worries, I play games, for sure. I think here's something that I find very interesting, that if you're new to dev, you wouldn't have the context of it, right? And I'm not saying like, oh, well, listen to me because I got this experience, blah, blah, blah. No, like, I lived through and saw this thing happen. And you could easily gain that same knowledge by looking it up or hearing the story. For years, React had a patent clause in their license, right? It was mainly MIT licensed, as far as I remember. But they had a patents clause that they added it. It might have been BSD licensed, I forget. But tomato, tomato. The patents clause basically said, we grant you all rights to the patents contained within React as long as you don't sue us. If you sue us, we revoke those licenses, right? We revoke your rights to use our patented technology. I don't know what is patented within React, but we can assume that there was some, right? It turns out that a lot of developers ended up seeing that and misunderstood the issue and vowed like, hey, we're going to stop using React if you don't remove it. To which Facebook said, I don't care. Don't do it then. You want to know the one thing that forced Facebook to change what they do? WordPress. WordPress was in the process of building their Gutenberg editor, which was a more modern way of creating content within like the post section in WordPress. Before it used to be like Tiny MCE or like MCE editor or whatever, right? Some like other rich text editor. And they swapped it out for their own thing called Gutenberg, which was block-based, and it's really cool and interesting. They were using React to build out the Gutenberg editor and how people would interact with it via the post like form, etc. WordPress said, well, you know, we're not far enough along with this Gutenberg editor that we're not willing to like rewrite it. So hey, Facebook, if you don't remove that patents clause, we're going to write it in Vue. That right there is what made Facebook remove that patents clause from their license. Now, I don't think it was actually the right approach, because at the end of the day, if you sue Facebook, well then yeah, they'll just go after you for the patents that you no longer have rights to use. So it's not like anything was gained or lost, but WordPress was powerful enough to make Facebook change their tune. And that is crazy. That is actually worth recognizing, that WordPress has power. WordPress is the only thing that convinced Facebook that it was worth doing something different. When was the patents clause? I want to say 2017, but let me double check. $2017, it looks like. Yep, 2017. Here's the TechCrunch article and everything. Man, good job, brain. I actually remembered that. Woo! Yeah, so Facebook, it was BSD, not MIT. Glad I remembered that part too. But yeah, BSD plus patents. It was a special thing. It had a very special, like, patents file, blah, 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 that passed along, blah, 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 like, you know, absorbed some of the risk or whatever. Like, yeah, I'd say this article probably does a decent job of summarizing things. Oh, yeah. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The only reason I am any good at development is because I have a pretty decent memory. If you feel like you don't have a good memory, it's something you can improve. You can actually consciously make your memory better by practicing memorizing things. And I'm not saying, like, you know, just go and memorize some, like, history book or blah, 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 but make it fun. For me, it's movie quotes. I really enjoy movie quotes. Anyone who's watched movies with me over on Chilling Stream, there's movies I've watched maybe only a couple times, but I still remember lines. Because it's actually something that my family did for a long time. Right? My family is a bunch of movie quoters too. You know the quote from Caddyshack? So I got that going for me, which is nice. My parents actually used to quote that entire scene, or at least like his like monologue for that part, before it was a meme on the internet. So I'm out there golfing with the llama, big hitter the llama, and he just crushes one into this ravine. And he says, I do have some of it misremembered. I need to rewatch the movie. Bummer. Right? He says, Gunga la Gunga. Or no, Gunga la Gungla. Like, he even corrects himself with it. Right? Now I know why tigers eat their young. There you go. Exactly. Solid line. Yeah, Rodney Dangerfield. Right? And they quote that part and go on. And then there's like the other part where it's like, so we get to the end of the thing. And I'm like, hey, llama, you know, how about a little something, you know, for the effort? And he says, there will be no money here, but on your deathbed, you will achieve total consciousness. So I got that going for me, which is nice. That's where that line comes from. Big hitter, the llama. I'm like, dude, yeah, I don't know. Movie quotes have been a big thing in my family for a very long time. Yeah, again, it's a skill you can practice as long as you put effort into it. In my opinion, memory is about effort. There are going to be some things that you memorize without effort, and then there's other things that you have to put effort into memorizing. If you don't put in the effort, it's gone. Right? And effort can also be like measured as like care. If there's a thing that you just keep forgetting, it's probably because you don't care about it that much. I don't remember people's birthdays because I don't care about them that much. I'm not a holiday person. You know, I celebrate the holidays here on stream, but in my own life, like, it's just another day. Right? If there's something you're thankful for, you don't need Thanksgiving to remind you of it. The fact that you're relying upon Thanksgiving as a crutch to be thankful for things means that you're not thankful the rest of the year. That ain't right. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big holiday person. So yeah, I forget holidays all the time. Birthdays are basically like a local holiday, you know? Like local to your like social circle. Now keep in mind, I think Halloween is, or not Halloween, sorry. Halloween's great too, actually. But Thanksgiving is useful because it brings people together. As an excuse to bring people together, well, it's a fine holiday at that point. I am counterculture enough that I don't like what Thanksgiving stands for besides that part. Right? Like the origin of it, all that stuff. Ugh. Oh, Thanksgiving's the worst, actually. You mean smallpox blanket day? But as far as bringing your family together, that's actually a good reason for the holiday, in my opinion. You don't have to like the origin of the holiday to understand what it represents now. Yeah, no worries, I play games. So yeah, in general, I'm a counterculture person. I deal with it every day to not be insufferable. Because, yeah, right? Some of those people that make being counterculture their entire personality, they're no fun to hang out with. In the way that I'm not a big fan of, like, teams. I'm into playing the game Madden, like, football-wise. I don't have a football team I care about. You mean aligning myself to a bunch, like, 22 people that I have no connection with whatsoever? Why would I care if they win or lose? I don't give a shit. But if you're at a sports bar, no one wants to hear that fucking opinion. So if you can't separate yourself from those, like, ideological things, you're just not fun to hang out with. It's like React versus Vue versus, like, you know, VS Code versus NeoVim. Like, I don't give a shit, actually. I don't care. I'm going to use what I use. I'm going to be productive with it. I'm going to move on with my day. When I'm out and about chatting with people at a meetup or a conference, if they get into the conversation about it, I'll politely nod my head and not add a single comment to that BS conversation, but I'm not going to be a dick about it. And that's fine, but recognize that there are people who base their entire personality on hating something. I'm not saying every vegan is this way, but the loud vegans ruin it for everyone. I'm not saying every atheist is this way, but the loud atheists, man, they ruin it for everyone. I'm agnostic. I don't fucking know, and I don't care. I definitely don't believe in any religion that would decry me for not believing in it. That'd be fucking weird. But is there a higher power? I have no idea, and I'll never be able to prove it. Who cares? I like to sit within the gray areas of most things. The majority of life is gray, rather than sitting within some perfect extreme. Exactly, I play games, for sure. Loud is bad almost always. What are you fucking talking about? I'm kidding. I'm just saying. No, it's about recognizing the venue, you know? I'm friends with plenty of people who are religious. I will never be specifically religious to any one religion. I don't care. I don't agree, some random. I completely disagree on that. Right? You're speaking in a hypothetical. Name a position where that's important. Like I said with religion, if there is a God and they would, like, and your version of that God would actually disregard all of their other creations that don't believe in them, who wants to believe in such a petty God? That's terrible. That's the worst. Like, no thank you. Petty people believe in a petty God, in my opinion. What up, Linux Boot? How you doing? Any omnipotent creature doesn't actually care about our personal feelings. Do you love your cat less if you know that it's just simply plotting to eat you when you die? No. If I die, yeah, cat, eat me. I don't know. We're definitely going off on a tangent here. That's my fault. Yeah, I believe with that. I believe that. Take it easy, 8. They just said hi. Eight, why did you feel like singling them out? That's weird, man. Oh, I see the pseudo, the play on words. Gotcha. Okay, I kind of get it. I get it now. Okay. Hey, nice, Seb. Hell yeah. That was quick. Exactly. That's a good point there, chatting. So yeah, most of these errors are not actually used. And I think we want to look at a different language that allows us to do some of this differently. The Go could be an option. Let's look at the Kotlin. Oh, Kotlin does result. So yeah, no, we don't want to do the Kotlin. Yeah, the PHP doesn't do the string thing either. Here we go. So yeah, lookup table error. So wait, is that a convention in Swift? The could not thing? Doesn't look like it, right? We see validation error dot too short, dot too long, dot whatever. And then here we might run it that way. So the could not part, I think, is entirely optional. So actually, I don't know. I feel like we're seeing that could not might actually be a bit of a convention. Could not find key in lookup table. Let me check one thing. I want to see one thing real quick. How close are we to full monetization on YouTube? We're at 3211, right? 3,211 public watch hours. We need almost 800 more. We're getting there. I just need to release like a proper video and that'll like really get us up there. So yeah, I gotta finish like videos for some other people first. And then I can do my own again. All right, so could not find key in lookup table. And it would take in some values. So then what we want to do here is look at what we're passing in. So table name and name or ID. Welcome back, Seb. Do shorts views count? Shorts views count for the watch hours? Oh, I'm not sure if they count towards watch hours or not. They do count shorts views as like a separate metric. I would need 10 million shorts views within the last 90 days. Somehow I have 108. So they keep showing my shorts every once in a while, which is interesting to me. So I should create more shorts, right? It would be worth seeing if the watch time on the shorts actually does contribute to the public watch hours. That would be kind of cool. Yeah, I know they have the potential to explode. I think it depends, but yeah. Yeah, I wish I could afford to pay someone to go through some of my stuff to create shorts from it. But as a broke boy, I can't afford it. Yeah, exactly. Thor blew up specifically because of his shorts. But he also has people that are making those for him, right? So that he can actually just stream and do his other stuff. At some point, I need to start investing into my platform. No. I'm just saying, like, I'm a broke boy in terms of I can't afford to pay someone to do this stuff. He gamed the algo. I'd love to hear what that actually means. Like, how did he game the algo? Does he still personally make his shorts, or does he have people he pays to do it? If he's still doing it, well, yeah, more power to him. I did not know that. He did it himself, at least back in the day, right? Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, if you end up finding the short of him explaining how he took advantage, I'd love to, like, see that link. If you find it, don't worry about, like, searching for it, though. But yeah, I'm curious. And I wonder if they've actually, like, changed things up. Yeah, real quick, this is not financial advice, but I sold my Bitcoin today. I had like $4 grand invested into Bitcoin, not 4 Bitcoins. That'd be crazy. I had like $4 grand I invested into Bitcoin back when it was at like, like 40 grand per coin. And now that it's at 60, I had my threshold as 60. If it dipped back down to 60, I was going to sell. If it kept going up, I would have held it longer. But yeah, I made $4 grand off that. I must have had 5. Yeah, I must have had 5 grand invested into Bitcoin. Because then that 3 grand on top makes sense. But yeah, so technically I got some money to throw around. You're keeping them? Yeah, I'm going to wait till it dips again and I'll just buy back in. For me, I like realizing my gains. I do like holding for years at a time. I've been holding the Bitcoin I had for like a year and a half, maybe 2 years. I'm about to do the same thing with my Ethereum and the Solana that I got. I've only made like $800 on way more Solana than I would like to have. So I'm going to offload that too. The Ethereum has actually made me more off a smaller investment. And keep in mind, this is not financial advice. I'm just mentioning what I have literally done. But I need to like unstake my Ethereum and my Solana before I can actually like liquidate it. And then, yeah, if it dips back down again, I'll buy some more. I'm not saying it's good or bad. You have to use your own decisions for that process. I like the idea of it, and that's about, you know, all I can say on that. But yeah, I'll be buying more on the next dips, for sure. When that dip is, etc., that's up to you as a consumer. When I dip, you dip, we dip. You put your hand up on my hip. When I dip, you dip, we dip. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Rumple. Nailed it. Yeah, I'm old enough. I remember Freak Nasty. Right? I think that's his name, yeah? Hold on. Am I remembering his name wrong? That is Freak Nasty, right? You just know the song? I'm pretty sure the artist is Freak Nasty. Yeah, let me fire it up and save it for later. I might have seen that one as well. Advice for an absolute beginner? Put in the work. There's no shortcut. If there ends up being a shortcut, it just becomes the way. Yeah, I think it's a good quote. And wait, what were you saying to I Play Games? Don't get stuck in tutorial hell. Oh, yeah, feel free. So, Tatsu? Tatsu? I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. Basically, tutorial hell is when you start doing a bunch of tutorials without actually ever building anything yourself from scratch-ish. Right? Tutorial hell is getting in the process of just following other people's, like, guidelines rather than just getting your hands dirty and doing it without those guidelines. I assume you've seen YouTube videos or blog posts about, let's build our own blank, blank, and blank, and they give you like all the steps to do it. At some point, you need to Ignore posts like that and just build something and figure out the steps yourself. So to that regard, you might consider that there is a thing called side project hell. And yeah, I made a YouTube video about it. Tutorial hell is the opposite of side project hell, right? Side project hell might feel like you never finish anything. And, you know, like if you're not finishing things, are you actually making progress? Absolutely you are. And I would recommend watching that video to see like some of the context I add to why the cartoon that they made could be looked at the surface level of feeling bad about all these things you've done, but instead you can look at the progress they've made over time and how the newest one they're making has a solid foundation, which their earlier things did not. And you can only get that practice by starting yourself in building something, not just following someone else's instructions. Failing is part of the process. Exactly. Yeah, no worries. And I know that wasn't necessarily what you were looking for. Maybe it was. If you were looking for an explicit, like, hey, check out this one, like, you know, roadmap and follow the roadmap and you're done. Nah. Your path is your path. Don't ever let anyone tell you what your path should be because they're not you. They don't know where you are in your path. They're just saying it based upon where they were at one point on their path. There you go. PDFs, right? Tutorials, courses, right? Udemy courses. You can get into tutorial hell with Udemy courses. That's like a very, very like common actual problem. You'll probably have 1,000 Udemy courses purchased eventually if you just get into the process of thinking this one Udemy course is going to make me job ready. No, the only thing that makes you job ready is building stuff. Solving the problems along the way rather than following someone else's instructions for it. And that works, Jerome, but not every, like, scaffold that you're given actually fits the thing you're trying to build. And instead, at some point, you gotta try your hand at building your own scaffold. I'm not saying always build out your own scaffold. I'm saying at some point you need to try. And then you can understand what these other scaffolds are giving you. So it's more about context and understanding things comparatively and contrasting wise. And again, sometimes that's worth that failure of, those dependencies don't work for me. Whatever. Sure, Jerome, and I get that, but sometimes it's worth building your own wheel to recognize the value of a wheel that's already created. If you've only ever consumed wheels that other people made, you won't necessarily realize what they're giving you and why they made decisions and did things like that. So I'm not saying always build your own wheel, but it's worth doing at least once. Yeah, right? Like, it adds context. Yeah, like the nuance of development is one of the most important things. No, so that's where I disagree, D3, right? There are times where not using a dependency is useful, and there are times where using one is useful. I would say starting out, no, just try and build something. Then later, maybe rebuilding that same thing without dependencies might be worth the experience of it. But it's really hard to say, like, when those things should happen. The biggest problem would be if you start trying to build things from scratch without dependencies and you lose motivation. That is way worse than just building something and not knowing how it works under the hood, right? Because motivation is something that you can't buy, no one can give you. It has to come from, like, inside. And if you lose it, you've kind of lost it. So, yeah, like, keep yourself motivated in any way you see fit. In my opinion, and this is just an opinion, if you want to learn frameworks, learn a bunch of frameworks. Because at the end of the day, if you learn Ember, and then you learn Angular, and then you learn React, and then you learn Vue, and then you learn Svelte, right? You build a project with all of those things. At some point, you realize that there are commonalities between all of them. And those common things are actually what makes a framework. And once you have that context, then you can understand what the baseline of what they're giving you is and what the actual nuance and other things that each one does differently. But if you don't know what the baseline is, then you don't know, like, the value of any of them. Sure, Jerome, I can see that. Ooh, D3. I would say that's a good point. Try and aim for smaller projects when you start. As developers, that's actually hard. That's a tough thing to do. Because our initial ideas for projects typically are like, I want to make the next Facebook, or whatever, right? Dial it back a bit, right? For game devs especially, right? I want to build a science-based dragon MMORPG. That should not be your first game. But it's the easiest ideas to come up with. The complicated ideas are the easiest ones to come up with. Coming up with good, focused, simple ideas and building them out is really hard. Yeah. Have a goal, accomplish that goal without letting it diverge too far. Yeah, so, yep. Real quick, I gotta use the restroom. Hold on, let me read this. Roosterhead. You were like that a couple weeks ago. Think we get too conceived that we can do everything. You feel like you need to know what you need to do to get your feature going before inventing your whole framework. Maybe, yeah. Scrambled eggs as a first project. Yeah, exactly, Jerome. I 1000% agree. Because scrambled eggs are not easy. I mean, they're easy to do mediocre-wise, but to make really good scrambled eggs is actually a skill. And you'll know the difference between a chef based upon the quality of their scrambled eggs at some point, you know? Yeah, easy to start, hard to master. A master of scrambled eggs, those are such good scrambled eggs, right? So yeah, real quick, let me go pee. BRB. I'm back. Oh, let me read some of these things. Yeah. Let me read some comments. Yep. I play games and chatting. It does seem like you guys might be like similar like levels of understanding coding, etc. Yeah, for sure. Y'all might want to work on a project together. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? You want to do some framework stuff, but I saw how you faced specificity issues with vanilla CSS. I mean, that's common, like chatting, yeah. Don't feel bad about that. At all. Don't feel bad about that. That is like every single developer who has dealt with the front end has dealt with CSS specificity and their misunderstanding of it. I remember when I thought the number was just a number rather than treating it like semver. I totally remember that. That's why I was so explicit in saying it earlier, because it's a misconception I had when I was learning CSS. Like, dude, no one starts out automatically knowing this stuff. That would be insane. All right, so even making mistakes by adding a dependency, you can learn from it and change it out depending on what it is. Sure, yeah. Decision paralysis is a huge problem. Yep. I play games. What it sounds to me like is y'all could learn from each other. You could teach chatting back-end stuff, and chatting might be able to like work with you and learn together on front-end stuff. That sounds awesome to me. Sure, would it be better if you had some expert telling you every little thing? Sure, but you're not going to remember that as well as making some mistakes on a side project. There you go. Yeah, you guys go out there and make the next Facebook. All right, all right. Then yeah, hell yeah, David. Fart book. Yeah, exactly. Fart book's good. That episode's great. I'd say that's like the episode that they start getting really good in the first season. Isn't that like episode number 4 or 5? I say the first 3 episodes of Letterkenny's season 1, they hadn't actually found their like rhythm yet. By episode 4, they're there. They got it. It was episode 3? All right. Yeah. Right? So it's where they're getting there. Maybe it was just the first 2 episodes. Yeah. But it's better than The Office, where like the US version of The Office, the entire first season is something that like hardcore Office fans say like, you can ignore the first season. Because in the first season, they actually made Michael Scott, right? Steve Carell, unlikable. You can't make Steve Carell unlikable. That's a recipe for a terrible show. Because they were following the British version too much. In the first season and maybe even second season of The British Office, yeah, Michael Scott's the villain. You can't make Steve Carell the villain. He needs to be likably annoying. Yeah, I agree with that. You think Schitt's Creek was the same way? I remember liking Schitt's Creek from the start, but I do think certain characters needed to evolve a bit. So I agree with that. Yeah, I don't know about like the whole first season, but maybe at least like the first few episodes or something. Yeah, I could agree with that. I really like that Schitt's Creek basically said, we got X amount of seasons. Was it 4 or 5? Maybe only 3? I don't remember the number. That's it. I know you want us to go further with it, but no, it's over. There's no more story to tell. There could be a spin-off, sure, but that's a totally new series. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Steel Toad. The characters actually evolve. There are very few shows that do that well. Like Friends. Did any of the characters on Friends actually evolve? I don't think so. Seinfeld. Did any character evolve in Seinfeld? Or were they the same character that they started out as? You devolved watching Friends. Boom, roasted. All right, could not find key in lookup table. What are some other errors that we end up having that we want to reproduce? Oh, nested lookup table. Yep. So then with the nested lookup table, we got table name, group ID, and then namer ID. Keep in mind, I actually used to watch Friends, and I found it entertaining. But more than the show itself, I like the meme of friends don't let friends watch Friends. It's a meme on Friends don't let friends drive drunk. Hey, what up, DM Mulroy? Mr. Sir, you just ordered tacos? I'm an influencer at this point. Nailed it. Yeah, if you check some of the sub, like tweet, not sub tweets, but like that same thread, you can see like my my cooking instructions. If you ever want to like make some yourself, it's actually really easy. Am I good at cooking? I make meals that I enjoy eating. I don't typically have guests, so I don't know if they like eating them. Haven't even wired it up yet, DM Mulroy? Damn. Yeah, that's a bummer. Yeah, we're going to have to figure out a project we can work on at some point when you're less busy. Because I know you mentioned that you won't be able to do much for April, but April's ending. So yeah, if there's some project you want to work on together, just let me know. No stress, no pressure. There you go, Steel Toad. Little bit of trivia. Oh, why am I spacing on his name? Kurt Russell, his first acting role was on Gilligan's Island as a kid. Yeah, he's a child actor that actually like made it. Let me double check. It may not have been his very first. Now I gotta double check. Go pick up them tacos and have a beer at the local watering hole. Hell yeah. Yeah, no worries, yeah. Oh, he was in Dennis the Menace. Oh, it was actually a while before he was on Gilligan's Island, but he did play Jungle Boy. Yeah. Good call. Huh. Yeah, good call. Yeah, I'm a collector. So it was not his first thing. Dennis the Menace, uncredited. And then, yeah, he did a bunch of other, like, child actor stuff until Gilligan's Island. Oh, that Gilligan. $1,800. Oh, we got a military man. Do you like your food quarantined? Don't like your peas mixing with your carrots? Who knows the movie I just referenced? I'm a military man. I want my food quarantined. Don't like my peas mixing with my carrots. No, it is just as dark with a seemingly like cool, like funny facade on top. But no, it's like a very dark film. I'll give you a hint. LL Cool J says the line. It's from the film Toys. Heister, yeah, you didn't even have to have me say it. You knew. You got there. I'm a military man. I like military meals. I want my food quarantined. Yeah, that movie's dark as hell. Toy Story 2, you were close, actually. I play games, for sure. But yeah, the movie Toys is extremely dark. And it kind of predicted the future we're living in right now, didn't it? I believe there have been games released that were actually people piloting drones. Hold on, let me check the tweeter. You stopped playing games? That's a bummer. Games are great. But alright, let's get back to some work. Let's do some work, I guess. We got these 2 errors made so far. Let's go look at what we got otherwise. How odd of a game are we talking about? All right, so Vexilla client error. I'm wondering if, like, group environment feature not found, are those actually used? Nope. What's up, Alexis? How you doing? So invalid should feature type. Yep. That is one we want to do. Oh, and hold on. Someone commented on the super long verbose, like, error names or variable names, etc. Diamolroy just left, but does anyone remember the Objective-C cousin, son, stepmom's blah 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 thing, right? Uncle's nephew's cousin's son's former roommate or whatever. Some people know the reference I'm making there. Hold on. So, Objective-C contact long variable name. Here we go. Oh, this isn't the same one even. But yeah, CM, metadata, format description, create with metadata, format description, and metadata specifications. That's a function call. There's also some enums that they ship with as well. This is core media. The other one is like the contact list. Here it is. That's the longest one ever made. Here we go. CN label, contact relation, younger cousin, mother's sibling's daughter, or father's sister's daughter. This is the longest one ever made. This is used as a constant for like your contacts list in Objective-C and, you know, ipso facto like iOS. Right? CN label contact relation aunt. Relation aunt father's brother's wife. Aunt father's elder brother's wife. Relation aunt father's elder sister. And it's deep. It goes long. Like, dude, yeah. D.M. Mulroy actually just had, like, the hair on the back of his neck stand up a bit. Because he knows that this is being mentioned. Hopefully he doesn't wreck from such a weird disturbance of the Force. You really did not need to remember this, but you did. So chatting, it's actually an Ouroboros, right? The snake that's eating its own tail. Hold on. Let me scroll down. Let me catch back up. I might have missed some comment. What is my opinion about all the AI we have today besides ChatGPT? We got AIs that can create audio, movies, pictures, and even TikToks and so on. I mean, you need a more descriptive question there. Like, what is my opinion? I don't know. They exist. So, Heister, I would say if you want to get good answers out of people, you need to phrase your questions in a way that forces an actual answer. What is your opinion? Doesn't actually force an answer. There you go. That's a question that is like I can respond to it, right? Does the development of AI terrify me in any way as a coder? No, it doesn't. In the same way that 50 years ago, the invention of SQL was going to mean the end for developers because business people can write SQL logic now. Did that actually happen? No. No, definitely not. It just became another thing that business people made developers do. Did auto-completion kill the entire industry? Right? IntelliSense, etc.? No, it just made us more productive. IntelliSense almost got you fired because you weren't allowed to use it at one job. That's a job you don't want anyway. Yeah, autocorrect destroyed the sales of Word and the Office suite, didn't it? No, definitely not. There are companies that impose a no IntelliSense rule. Yeah, it's fucking insane. There are companies that say no IntelliSense allowed. There are companies that do it, Rumpleforeskin. It's a really easy way of figuring out that you don't want to work there anymore. Problem solved. There you go, Space Case. Yeah, I believe it. So like modern IntelliSense doesn't send data. I mean, I guess there are versions of IntelliSense that do, but the version back in the day did not. Like, you know, we're talking like IntelliSense has been a thing since easily like the year 2000, right? There is no way that all that data was sent over the internet into your editor. No. So IntelliSense is specifically just like using the knowledge of the standard library, right? Statically compilable, like autocompletion. Right? Copilot, Tab 9, all those other things are actually like IntelliSense evolved. I'm talking specifically about Microsoft IntelliSense, and that was not actually like doing much communication back to the server. That was just using local data at that point. And that's what I'm getting at, right? Any good LSP isn't sending your data anywhere. It's local. But that is technically how IntelliSense does a lot of the stuff they do. Yeah, like an LSP. If you are anti-Microsoft and anti-VS Code, you should probably be anti-LSP because they created that exact protocol. NeoVim has Microsoft to thank for the LSP protocol. And I know protocol is part of LSP, but, you know what I mean. First code completion tool was published in 1971? That's kind of insane to me. I had no idea. Huh. Well, that's cool. And yeah, we drinking whiskey tonight. I did a successful workshop today. Is there feedback and things I could do better? Absolutely. But I did a successful workshop today, and I can finally switch gears onto doing a bunch of the other work I have to do later. I don't know why, Seb, that reminded me of the South Park thing. Where Butters goes and, like, hangs out and chats with a bunch of pimps. And he ends up saying, like, yes, I know what you were saying. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I know what you were saying. I didn't use that word. But yes, I know what you are saying. Know what I'm saying? Oh, my favorite Butters quote is when he goes to Jimmy's like comedy like show. Right? Jimmy's doing his thing and he's like, hold on, turn on the lights. Right? He turns on the lights and only Butters is in the audience. Where's everyone at, Butters? Oh, they're all at Christopher Reeve's thing, blah, blah, blah. Well, why'd you come here, Butters? 'Cause I said I would. Oh, I'm a dork, huh? Like, just that moment of self-realization, like, oh, I'm a dork, huh? That part's so good. That is like pure Butters right there. 'Cause I said I would. Oh, I'm a dork, huh? Like, it's so good. Yeah, I love that part so much. I think I identify with Butters the most of any other character on the show. Yeah, I believe I am Butters. Cause I said I would. Oh, I'm a dork, huh? Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. But yeah, later, Heister. Have a good night. Cheers. Invalid should feature type error. Do we pass a thing to it? Feature with ID and the feature type, we passed it. Oh, you looked it up? How was my voice acting?
Thanks for the support. Dana's board transforms into the supervillain known as the Monotony Master. Their power lies in their ability to drain the color and excitement from anything around them, leaving cities, people, and even superheroes feeling bored and listless, unable to perform their duties or enjoy life.
But
man, begins in a small, uneventful town where they were once the most vibrant person, until a mysterious force made their surroundings so dull that even they lost their spark. Bent on making the world feel their ennui, they turned to villainy. Their arch-nemesis is Captain Vivacity, a hero with the power to inspire and rejuvenate energy and passion in anyone, standing as the last beacon of wealth in a world threatened to be dulled forever.
And yeah, hold up. I think this was a solid tweet. If anyone wants to give it some love, help the algorithm recognize it as valuable as it is, it'd be a whole lot cooler if you did. Just saying. Some likes, some retweets, some comments, they would all help out. Hold on, let me look at a work thing real quick. And then let me look at my calendar over here. So I got nothing on Wednesday there. Cool, cool. I'm gonna say... Sorry, I'm trying to schedule a meeting with someone tomorrow. All right, there we go. Yeah, I missed out on, like, scheduling a donut chat, and they're about to, like, schedule another, so I at least wanted to, like, you know, not leave someone hanging. They sent me a message last week that, you know, I totally didn't get to. And hey, thank you, Dan. Appreciate you. All the other people helping out. You're the best. Hold on. I'm going to bookmark this. There we go. So invalid should feature type error. We pass the feature ID and the feature type. Sean, hold up. That's a good response. Oh, God. Oh, God. Hold up. Hold on. Yeah, sorry, dude. Used to get a bunch of these. Technically, that one's an asshole spider, right? There's a big difference between the asshole spiders like this one and the ones that actually know they're not welcome and they hide in like the upper corners of your room. And they like condense down into a little blob where you're like, you look and you're like, oh, it's just some weird like circular dark spider like blob, right? The ones in the upper corners are actually typically non-aggressive. The ones like this asshole are aggressive, right? So the ones that actually crawl on like the bottom corners of rooms and across floors, they're jerks. The ones that actually do like the upper corners are non-aggressive pretty much always. It's something to recognize about them. So like if you could maybe scoop up the ones in the upper corners and release them outside, the aggressive assholes get vacuumed up. Yeah, no worries, Don. Cool versus asshole spiders is a big thing. You know which spiders are even less of assholes? The daddy long legs. The ones with like the super tiny bodies and their legs are super long. Those guys will wrap up a fucker like that, no problem. The daddy long legs are the protectors. Yeah. The daddy long legs are the protectors. They will wrap, like, dude, I've seen it. I've been chilling in a living room where we didn't vacuum up spider webs nearly enough. We had a daddy long legs in the corner, and one of these assholes started creeping by and disturbed the daddy long legs. The daddy long legs simply walked around it, wrapping it up, and then drank its insides. Daddy Longlegs are the best. Yeah, right? I will happily let a Daddy Longlegs crawl on me. I don't mind. I don't give a shit. One of these fuckers? No, I will burn my arm off. Orb weavers do eat aphids, etc. One way to deal with aphids is also just like a CO2 trap. If you don't know what I mean by a CO2 trap, no, that can't be healthy either. Don't worry, I won't. Yeah, if you ever have an aphid problem, you can take a 2-liter, cut it off, like, at the top part where it starts to, like, go to, like, the thing, like, the funnel to the top where, like, the lip is or whatever. You cut that off at the top, and then flip it upside down. And then you put some, like, you know, rotting meat or other BS underneath it. And it's not CO2, sorry. CO2 trap is a different thing. But you get something that, like, these bugs will be attracted to. Sugar water is a good example. And they will fly in, but they can't fly out. If you just look up homemade aphid trap, you're good to go. A massive cuck. Take it easy on that term. We don't want to get gross with it. All right, so invalid feature type error is the other one we want. And yeah, so hold on. Ladybugs are really good, but then you might have a ladybug infestation. But they are pretty nice. Yeah. Like, if you're doing a grow house of any kind, introducing ladybugs is probably a good idea. I'm not talking about what you might be growing. Wink. So I've done a combination of aphid traps in the way I described them, and also like CO2 releasers. Right? The CO2 thing is basically you do a 2-liter with the cap on, you poke holes in the cap, and you have I think just brewer's yeast and sugar water in the base of it, and that releases CO2 that actually helps, like, grow your plants better. So yeah, if you're growing plants at home, and I'm not going to say what kind of plants, aphid traps and CO2 like jugs are a thing that you might consider. They're like the poor person's version of actually, like, creating a proper, like, CO2 system that, you know, you might get, like, via tanks, etc. You can create free CO2 with brewer's yeast and sugar. Brewer's yeast, sugar, and water, technically. See, I grew flowers. Wink. The type of flower, I don't think we need to say. Some people know. If you know, you know.
court. Colton 45, the infamous supervillain, wields the power of absolute precision and speed, reminiscent of a legendary gunslinger. Their abilities allow them to control metal and manipulate it to create bullet-like projectiles or impenetrable shields with a mere flick of their wrist. Originating from a remote town plagued by corruption and lawlessness, they sought to bring order but soon became consumed by their quest for power, turning to villainy. Colton 45's arch-nemesis is Lady Justice, a hero who can manipulate light to create illusions, expose truths, and blind her enemy with the brilliance of justice. Their epic confrontations are known to shake the very foundations of their city, setting the stage for a timeless rivalry.
Yeah, basically Magneto. Yeah, exactly. Yep. In before, that's like a power play you and your partner play out. It does sound like it could be some good role play. You know, swapping things as you see fit. You got engaged? I'm gonna cheers my teleprompter. I can cheers like in the middle-ish. Yeah, there you go. Congratulations, that's huge. Colton, that's amazing. Good work. Yeah, that's awesome. Like, yeah, congrats. Really happy for you. That's awesome. They did it. We don't necessarily know. Let's keep that in mind, right? Like, let's keep an open mind there. I don't know. Let me put it that way, right? If you use like the gray area of it, you're good all the time. They is a nice, easy, safe way to do it. Just saying. I don't actually know. And it's not worth knowing. It doesn't matter. When you get married, my deepest condolences. Yeah, I get that there, Seb. That's actually way worse. It's like in the movie Old School. Biggest mistake of your life, pal. Right? I'm married. Do I look happy? There's my wife, watching, judging. Look at the baby, look at the baby. Do I look like a happy guy to you, Frank? Dude, Vince Vaughn is the worst in the movie Old School. Oh, he's the worst. Earmuffs. Don't even get me started, Frank. You're making the worst decision of your life. Dude, yeah. Dude, Vince Vaughn is the worst in that film. All right, so feature ID, feature type. Those are the things we want to pass to this. Same as what we got above, actually. The sad part is he's not wrong, but it does ignore some value that you might have gained. I mean, Seb, you kind of set it up, right? You kind of set yourself up for that one. All right, so invalid should feature type, invalid value feature type. And that's all we end up having over in the Python. Yeah, so realistically, the Python is condensed enough that we might not need all the other crazy errors we got. Yeah, like the Python actually condenses it down to like the 4 or 5 that we actually need. So yeah, that works for me. No, I get my whiskey from Costco. If I lived someplace without Costco, yeah, I'd get it online. But I pick where I'm gonna live based on a Costco being nearby at this point. You might think I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. I've looked at Whitefish, Montana as a place to move to. They have a Costco within a half hour. And I could easily, from Kafka, right? Yeah. This is pure Kafka, man. Who is Kafka? Tell me! Ooh, who knows the movie I'm quoting with that line? Costco is a warehouse style store. The movie is Congo. I love the movie Congo. I never read the book. Places near a supermarket? Yeah, that's bare minimum, for sure. Costco is a membership-only Sam's Club. Yeah, there you go, Space Case. If you never heard of Sam's Club, they buy stuff in bulk, and their selection is nowhere near the selection you might have at like a typical grocery store. And instead, they have the things that they have that they buy in bulk that you're willing to just buy, you know? So yeah, Costco basically does bulk buys in a way that, yeah, Hanes or Fruit of the Loom or any of those like underwear companies would make a major killing if Costco decided to buy their stuff, because they buy in such a volume that is crazy. Right? The Costco volume of things they purchase is actually strong enough that they can actually strong arm brands into making their stuff cheaper. And if a brand doesn't, well, fuck it. Here comes Kirkland to make their own version of it for cheaper. And that happened with, what is it? Callaway golf balls? I think it was Callaway, right? Maybe Titleist? Whatever the Pro V1 golf ball was, Costco ripped off the entire Pro V1 like design of golf balls for a year or two and sold massive volume. Like massive volume to where the Titleist Pro V1, Titleist was the brand. Titleist actually had to sue Costco to prevent them from making more of the same golf ball, basically. So now Costco golf balls are not nearly as good as the Titleist Pro V1s, but they're still probably better than like the other shit you're gonna buy golf ball wise. Hold on, sorry. Sam's is near dead. Ooh, yeah. And yeah. Sam's Club is like Walmart's like big box store. So I prefer to not support them, but Amazon isn't any better. Costco at least passes on profit to their employees in a really cool way. If you're down in the Oregon area, Winco is actually even better. Winco Foods, you don't need to buy the big box BS, and it's an amazing grocery store. But every employee of a Winco actually collects like profit sharing. So yeah, Winco Foods, I would love to see take over basically every grocery store available. Winco Foods is the shit. It's the best. And they're 24-hour. They're always open. So yeah, Winco Foods in Oregon, you should buy everything you can there. I don't know how like widespread they are, but yeah, Winco is the best. Like the best. They're so good, man. So yeah, they're basically Boise, Idaho. That's actually where they're based out of. Oh shit, so Idaho could be a thing. But Arizona, California, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, Oklahoma, Oregon, Texas, Utah, and Washington. I have not run into a Winco anywhere like nearby here in Washington, but yeah, I would opt for Winco pretty much every time besides the stuff that I would typically get at a Costco. And Winco is amazing. Yeah, I lived off of the Gresham Winco when I was a broke snowboard bum. I'd stock up on ramen and noodles and all sorts of other stuff anytime I went into town. Because Winco is just that good and so much cheaper than, you know, like Thriftway in Welch's, you know? So yeah. Yeah, Winco is amazing. If you live near a Winco, please support Winco because they support their employees really well. Costco does too. But those are the only two stores that actually do. Walmart? Fuck Walmart. I will not shop at a Walmart or a Sam's Club unless I have no other option. But okay, so invalid should and invalid value, those only have two arguments they take. Correct? Yeah, totally. Nailed it. One, two. Yep. 1, 2. All right. So there we go. We just need to pass those on, and I really feel like I should have made other error systems actually mimic the Python better. That's on me. I didn't realize how good the Python was. So here's the big thing. We need to comment that out. And that all of a sudden makes our other stuff broken if the extension knows better. And I don't think it does. So I think I might need to add some Swift extensions. All right, we got 2 Swift extensions done. Sorry for the burps. Yeah, I got the burps. Duh. There we go. So we get some good, solid errors in what we're trying to do here, right? So throw, right? Invalid URL. Oh. The auto-completion actually knew that we were going to have issues with that. So yeah, group lookup not found is actually a thing we need to start doing. All right. Silly bugs. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3. A 1, a 2, a 3. A 3. Space Case is betraying the fact that they've been playing a bunch of Helldivers too. Are you liking it? It's a pretty fun game, isn't it? Yeah, if you want to play some games together, we can set aside some time at some point. It's hard doing it solo, but lots of fun. I would say, like, try and jump into other people's groups, etc. You know, you might run into some dickheads. But it's not the majority of people playing the game. The majority actually just want to enjoy it and have fun. So I would say try and, like, you know, group up with people. Okay, you only played a few hours today. I do remember you mentioning that, like, yesterday was probably going to be your first day trying it. Today was probably actually the first day. I gotcha. We could figure out some time to play together if you want. I don't think I should do it tonight. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't think I'm getting shit done work stream-wise tonight. No, I don't have any good editing to do, but I do need to do some, like, testing for our release that's going to be happening soon. I can focus on doing most of that tomorrow, I think, though. All right, perfect. So, yeah, like, you know, no stress. I couldn't possibly play with you tonight anyway. I'm probably going to play something else and try and get, like, an early start tomorrow. Right? I got some stuff scheduled for tomorrow as well. Someone scheduled a 9 a.m. one-on-one with me about the thing we're working on. I get it. It's cool. It's my job. So I'll wake up for it. I actually really appreciate it. It does help me push the value that I'm bringing to things beyond just content creation. The fact that I am so out here chatting with actual developers, I think I've caught up massively on the amount of, like, one-on-ones I am able to get from people actually using the product. Space Case, you're a big part of that. Thank you, man. Right? The people that use GitLens or GitKraken or whatever for their day-to-day work. If you want to schedule a one-on-one with me to chat about how you're using it, issues you might have with it, etc., that does really justify my role at the company, because I am out here in public chatting with people. I can get so many more, like, interactions via that than all the other people at my company, basically. So I'm using that to make it like a, hey, I know you guys thought like I was just here for content, but also I am more visible and I'm more out there and available and able to chat with actual users of the product. So every single one-on-one that we schedule is at least some fodder if they push back on me not making content often enough. I think we've got some value with it. I haven't been forced to, like, defend my role yet. It's only a few months. I'm sure I'll have to do it eventually. And I think being here, building out in public, chatting about the things I work on, the tools, etc. No, they're not complaining yet. But I know I'm not meeting, like, the numbers that they were expecting or something, right? Like, I'm still given, like, the new to the company benefit of the doubt. Eventually, they might push back on not enough content. I'm not saying they will, but they might. And at that point, I need at least enough, like, fodder to say, like, hey, guys, I am using and chatting about the product here on stream, live, in front of people. There is value to that. And it's so much more valuable than like the produced BS that we do as content creators at the company. Whoa! Research dev? Thank you.
1989 transforms into the sinister temporal trickster.
Is there a reason for that?
I'm speeding it up, slowing it down.
Dude, thank you.
Their villainy began after a freak accident in a failed.
I have to pee real bad.
Uncanny abilities. Using their powers,
I wish I could pause the bot.
Always staying one step ahead.
I gotta pee so bad.
A cloak of shifting patterns that seem to flicker with the flow of time itself, making them appear almost blurred. Their arch nemesis, Chrono Knight, tirelessly works to prevent the temporal disturbances caused by the temporal trickster, striving to maintain the stability of the time continuum.
Alright, so I gotta pee. I have to do it. I have to do it. Who's the next one going? F Collector. Yeah. So I gotta pee. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Research Dev. Mr. Sir. Yeah. Like, what prompted that?
Originating from a shadowy past as a misunderstood psychologist, they discovered they could not only detect but also extract and wield people's deepest fears after a mysterious encounter with an ancient artifact. Draped in a cloak that seems to ripple with shadows, Fearmonger is a spectral figure that can instill panic with just their presence. Their arch-nemesis, Braveheart Beacon, contrasts them by inspiring courage wherever they go, constantly thwarting Fearmonger's chilling plans. Brandemeier becomes the diabolical mastermind known as the Techno-Tyrant. This supervillain can control any electronic device with their mind, manipulating technology to create chaos distraction or to spy on their opponents. Their origin story began in a university's computer lab, where an experimental computer virus gave them these cybernetic powers during a late-night hacking session gone awry. Always seen wearing a suit of sleek, high-tech armor that glows with a menacing light, Techno-Tyrant is both a genius and a shadow in the digital world. Their arch-nemesis, Circuit Breaker, is a vigilante hacker dedicated to decrypting and dismantling the Tyrant's plans, fighting to keep the digital realm safe from their iron grip. Abo transforms into the enigmatic illusionist known as Miragemeister. They have the uncanny ability to create and manipulate illusions so convincing they can trick all 5 senses. Miragemeister's origin story began in a prestigious magic circle, where after discovering a pair of mystic lenses, their harmless illusions became potent psychic manifestations. Donning a cloak shimmering with phantasmal energy, Miragemeister can cast entire cities into mirages, masking their true movements. Their arch-nemesis, Reality Anchor, is a hero gifted with the power to see through deceptions and guide people in the truth.
And I'm
constantly striving to reveal Miragemeister's illusions and
we got another one. Oh man.
Buttermilk Pancake transforms into the deceptively charming villain known as Syrup Serpent. They are endowed with the power to control and manifest various viscosities, allowing them to trap their foes in sticky situations or slide through the tightest spaces with ease. Their origin story traces back to a bizarre incident at a genetic engineering lab.
The Syrup Serpent. Yeah, that one's solid.
And experimental goo. Now draped in a cape that drips with a mysterious, ever-regenerating syrup, the serpent is both elusive and entrapping. Their arch-nemesis, known as Crisp Crusader, uses their heat-based powers to harden the Syrup Serpent's traps and fight back with a sizzling fury, aiming to neutralize the syrupy slipperiness of the sticky adversary.
The syrupy slipperiness of the slippery adversary. Ooh. Right, so now I'm going to refresh. That way the troll doesn't get their thing read out. Yeah, we have a troll that spams us with subs for politically questionable, like, viewer names. Thank you for the money. But no, I'm not going to have that read out loud. Come on. But please keep donating. Whoever that anonymous gifter might be.
Thanks for the support. Javaxlip, the master of digital distortion and techno-chaos. They have the power to manipulate and corrupt any digital system with just a touch or a thought, plunging cities into darkness or causing financial markets to crash in seconds. Their origin story begins in a shadowy corner of a cybernetic lab, where they were once a leading developer of advanced artificial intelligence systems. After being betrayed by their colleagues who took credit for their groundbreaking work, Javaxlet vowed to use their unparalleled skills to bring the world to its knees, one corrupted code at a time. Their arch-nemesis is Code Guardian, a cybernetic hero dedicated to maintaining digital justice and protecting the world from Javaxlet's chaotic schemes. N0 Tahaka _, known in the shadows as Code Phantom, is a supervillain with the eerie ability to access and control any electronic device from a distance. They harness the power of invisibility in the digital world, leaving no trace but wreaking havoc silently. Originating from a prodigious young programmer shunned by the tech community for their unconventional methods, they decided to take revenge by using their skills to infiltrate and disrupt the very industry that rejected them. Their arch-nemesis is Firewall Sentinel, a vigilant defender of cybersecurity who constantly adapts to counter Code Phantom's unpredictable attacks. Nerd by Daylight transforms into the fearsome villain known as the Twilight Technomancer.
The Twilight
They appear as an
Technomancer.
unassuming geek with a love for trivia, but at night they wield the power to bend light and shadow to create illusions, manipulate perceptions, and even become intangible as they move unseen through the darkness. Their origin story unfolds with a fateful encounter with a mysterious ancient artifact within the archives they managed, which endowed them with their Twilight powers. Their arch-nemesis, known as Dawn Guardian, a hero who can harness the power of the sun's rays to dispel darkness and illusions, always thwarting the Twilight Technomancer's nefarious schemes as they step into the daylight.
Right, I think one more should get shouted out here.
R1_no, known in the world of villainy as the numeral sorcerer, emerges
Oh,
with
there
the
we
unique
go.
power to manipulate reality through numbers and equations.
Oh, Naughty Knitter as a
Calculations,
villain.
alter
Oh.
physics, probabilities, and even time itself. Their origin tale began in an ancient library where they unearthed the algebraic arcanum, a book infusing them with their numerical magic. Their arch-nemesis is dubbed the Constant, a hero who embodies the unchanging laws of the universe and stands as the indestructible counterbalance to the numeral sorcerer's reality warping chaos. The Tilted Tom emerges as the infamous underworld figure known as the Crooked Crusader. With the uncanny ability to disorient anyone who
Tilted
crosses their
Tom.
path, they skew perception and reality, causing disarray and confusion. Born out of a bizarre scientific experiment gone wrong, their origin story reveals that they were once a renowned physicist until an angular accelerator malfunction warped their mind.
Wait, what about Angular?
granting them their perplexing powers.
Bedtime Bear.
Arch-nemesis, going by the name of
That's a
Balance,
little on the
stands
nose,
as a
isn't it?
paragon of order and stability, equipped with the innate power to realign and harmonize any chaotic force unleashed by the.
If people don't know, me and Bedtime Bear were co-organizers of the Seattle Angular meetup. Technically, Bedtime Bear was actually the organizer, and they just allowed me to adopt the title for no reason.
Known in the supervillain
So,
world as
thank
the
you.
Sinister
I
Scheme.
appreciate that.
They wield the extraordinary power to control and animate yarn and thread to ensnare, bind, and manipulate their surroundings at will. Their origin traces back to a mystical textile mill where they were exposed to enchanted fibers that interwove with their very being. The Sinister Scheme crafts traps and snares, creating a labyrinth of deadly threads for any who dare to interfere.
Thank you, I
Their
play
arch-nemesis
games.
is called the Unraveler, a hero with the gifted ability to loosen any tie, untangle any knot, and bring order to the chaos sown by the Sinister Scheme's complex designs.
Hold on. So Naughty Knitter should be up next.
Malvin and Vend. They become the master of elements.
Wait, did
and
we
the
not
master
hear
of
Naughty
the
Knitter?
elemental enigma. They possess the unparalleled power
Or
to
did I
control
miss
and
it?
manipulate the four classic elements earth, air, fire, and water, bending them to their will to unleash catastrophic natural disasters at a whim. Their origin story is one of ambition and betrayal.
Oh, I just missed it.
Respected
I was
scientists in the
spacing.
field of
Oh,
advanced
shit.
elemental
My bad.
research. They were
Was it a good
ruthlessly
one?
expelled by a fearful academic community. Seeking revenge against those who wronged them and aiming
I
to
just
prove
missed
their
it.
superiority,
Okay, my bad.
They turn their groundbreaking research into a weapon against the world. Their arch-nemesis is named Elemental Equilibrium.
What was Naughty Knitter's
Balance
arch nemesis then?
who can neutralize and harmonize the chaotic forces unleashed by the elemental enigma, striving to prevent the destruction they sow.
Yeah, let me go look. If not, we'll do a custom one for her.
Sockdown transforms into the nefarious master of mayhem known as the Sock Puppeteer. With the extraordinary power to animate and control socks of any kind, they turn ordinary footwear into minions capable of wreaking havoc and spreading chaos. Originating from a once celebrated puppeteer shunned by the community for their unconventional performances, they stumbled upon a mystical thread that allowed them to bring their sock puppets to life. Desiring vengeance and keen to show the world the true power of their art, they decide to make society their stage. Their arch-nemesis is known as the Barefoot Wanderer, endowed with the power to neutralize the sock puppeteer's control over their minions, aiming to unthread the chaos sewn one sock at a time.
So it might have gotten mixed in with these others, and it's harder to separate. I'm going to do Naughty Knitters separate.
Crunchy Nugs transforms into
We'll do a brand new one after the current chain. That is the thing I need to fix, so that it establishes a new chain or a new like audio clip for each one. That way it's easier to grab the audio. So that's a bug that I have with the implementation we have right now.
Using their advanced knowledge, they cultivated a strain of plants with unparalleled effects, deciding to use their creations to bend the
We could fix that on Thursday, maybe.
Their arch-nemesis is dubbed the Purity Paladin, a hero with the gift to filter and purify the air, countering the Hemperor's toxic fumes, striving to clear the haze and shield the city from the Hemperor's grip.
So we just heard Crunchy Nugs, right? Tigwick.
They possess the uncanny ability to weave and manipulate light into tangible, nearly invisible threads, using these to trap, entangle, or slice through their adversaries with precision. Their origin story began in a high-tech photonics lab.
No, I'm gonna do a separate one for her.
The properties of light. After a betrayal
It
by
cost me like
college,
15
their
cents.
research, they
I'll
harnessed their
totally
findings
do
for
it for you.
revenge, becoming a master of photon manipulation.
It's a bug on my part where they all get mixed into like the same call.
The electromagnetic spectrum, capable of refracting, absorbing, and redirecting light, thereby
Yeah, no worries, chatting. We had a great day. It'll continue to be a great day. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for just, yeah, being awesome.
Norikoneko, known in the shadows as the Whispering Whisker, they arise as a supervillain with the power to communicate and command felines across the globe, orchestrating covert operations and espionage with their legion of cat comrades. Born from a once lonely linguist,
Cat comrades.
Dialect spoken by cats, they were shunned for their eccentric claims. Embracing their unique gift, they vowed to establish a new world order under the stealthy paws of their feline followers.
Stealthy
Arch-nemesis is
paws.
dubbed the Canine Keeper, a hero with the ability to rally all dogs to counter Whispering Whisker's maneuvers, ensuring a never-ending
Whispering
rivalry between
Whiskers.
opposing cats and dogs, battling for supremacy in the shadows.
That was good. That was really solid. All right, so now that that has ended, and I think it should be cut off. Naughty Knitter.
Thanks for the support.
What the fuck? All right, hold on.
Thanks for the support. Thanks for the support.
Your mighty threads have had their effect. Yeah, exactly what a supervillain would say. All right, let me do a refresh.
Thanks for the support. Thanks for the support. Naughty Knitter, once a humble craft enthusiast, delved too deep into the forbidden yarns of Yggdra's Spin, a mystic thread said to weave the very fabric of reality. They discovered the power to create and manipulate constructs of yarn that could ensnare, entangle, and control their enemies, wrapping the city in fear with their knitted nightmares. With every stitch, not even
The knitted nightmares.
their mind entwined with the ancient yarns, giving them the ability to read and manipulate the fates of those around them, as if they were mere patterns in their grand tapestry of villainy.
The Grand
Their arch
Tapestry.
nemesis, Silver Scissors, wields enchanted blades sharp enough
Silver Scissors is your nemesis.
to snip the threads of chaos. Naughty Knitter weaves and unravel their plans thread by thread, stitch by stitch.
All right, that one was solid. That was really good. That was really good. All right, that was better than the first one. Perfect. Awesome. Send me a message over on Discord so I can send it to you. I could probably find you in the list, but yeah, if you could just send me one. Oh, I see you. Yeah, let me just send it. Yeah, I see it. Nah, you're good. You got it, you got it. You got a pair of silver scissors? Yeah, they become sentient. Spoiler alert. Damn right. That's just science. And yeah, I do need to eat food here eventually, but we're good. I got an hour or so. It is. Yeah, Naughty Knitter, right? Duh. I obviously deserve 10% royalty when you hit it big. Duh. Wink. I'm kidding, by the way. If you want to pay it forward somehow, feel free, but no obligation. Duh. I can't claim ownership over something ChatGPT made. And it's your name, right? So yeah. That said, if you do make it big and you need some help voicing a character or helping write out the rest of the plot, let me know. Instead of silver scissors, maybe call it silver shears. That's also an option. There we go. Writing credit. Because that's all on me. I came up with that. Hey, I didn't do that. I did that. Yeah, see you tomorrow on other stream. Otherwise, see you on Thursday. Yeah, for sure, man. For everyone who doesn't know, I will not be live on this channel tomorrow. I'll be over on Gaming Stream, in which I do a full day of work. To generate a flyer for their Willy Wonka experience? Oof. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good. It went viral? Of course it did. All right, hold on. Let's double check it. So wait, what was I supposed to get from this? I don't actually understand any of it. Okay, so it's more about the way that they made the flyers more sensational than the thing you would actually see, right? Yeah. The empty warehouse and all that. Yeah, I get that. No, I totally get that, right? Right, the flyer versus the BS, like the thing it actually was. Yeah, that's a bummer. I mean, this right here is actually kind of nice, and that's a bunch of stuff that you got to set up and, you know, do something with. This is a big portion of like over-promising and under-delivering. And it's what I have as a qualm against marketing in general. I would rather set up realistic expectations. Personally. Right? No one's ever been offended by realistic expectations. It's when you create the illusion of something better that people feel like they've been bamboozled. I think that's a big part of like my pushback on pop culture in general. Pop culture in general wants to bamboozle people, wants them to feel left out of the thing that they didn't do. When instead, like, nah, you'll be fine if you don't catch that concert by some artist. They're gonna do another. It'll be fine. Oh, you didn't catch their last concert tour? Their album is still good. You know? Like, as a developer advocate, I should be into marketing. I should love what it can make people expect and think of what we're going to do. And it's so amazing. But nah, man, I don't want to bamboozle people. You only get what you give. But you can only get what you, like, reasonably put out there, too. If you overpromise, you're going to burn people on your product. Right? The rabbit and the fucking AI pin and all that stuff are actually an example of overpromising and a person with a conscience actually honestly telling people how inferior their product is can kill your fucking business, right? Marquez Brownlee. He's being honest about these shit products that people are trying to market. Should he feel bad for not pulling the wool over our eyes? Hell no. I'm glad he's being honest. He's been an Apple shill for a long time. And granted, if Apple came out with the same product, would he be stoked on it? I don't know about that one too. Right? If Apple had released the Rabbit R1, would he be stoked on it? Probably. If they had released the AI pin or whatever, would he be stoked on it? Probably. He has a vested interest in shitting on anything not Apple because Apple pays his bills, whether directly or indirectly. He makes his money off shilling Apple products. Like, the majority of the money he has made on YouTube, has been shilling Apple products. Could we look at his opinion of the Apple VR product, right? The goggles or whatever? Was he enthusiastic about that? He was, wasn't he? They might not pay him a single cent, but he makes money off of selling his content to Apple fanboys. Right? Whether he makes money from Apple directly or not, he makes money from Apple giving him product ahead of time and him giving a favorable review. He makes money off of favorable reviews for Apple products because Apple fanboys like his content. If he shit on Apple, he would lose a major portion of his audience, because Apple fanboys are a major part of his audience. The moment he is critical of Apple is the moment he loses easily 25% of his audience. Marquez Brownlee, right? MKBHD or whatever his like handle is. Was he as critical of Apple's goggles as he was of the things that are competing directly with Apple? He wasn't. He definitely wasn't. So his bias is showing. Just a little bit. His bias is showing. Someone released a hardware product that isn't Apple, and he's gonna shit on it because you could do the same thing with a phone that he makes a majority of his like advertising dollars from. They try, but LTT is still subject to recognizing who their audience is. There you go, Xmetrics. At 10 grams, the Android phone definitely feels heavy. At an amazing 10 grams light, the Apple phone seems as if it's not even there, right? Yeah. MKBHD has an absolute bias towards Apple products, right? Not because they pay him money, but because they give him the exclusive, like, early access to things, as long as he still portrays them as in a positive light. And him being the first fucking thing that releases content for a product means that he gets way more fucking views on those things. Right? He makes more from being the first video about something than he does from the sponsored content he would collect from it. Right? So him being a trusted partner for Apple, whether they pay him money directly or not, he benefits from not shitting where he eats. I have no say into his ego. I don't know him as a person. I have no idea. He might be a really cool dude. But separate the artist from the art and recognize that his art is fundamentally contingent upon getting early access to Apple products. His art and its value is fundamentally contingent upon still getting early access to Apple things. And if he shits on Apple, he's not going to get early access to Apple things again, and it will kill his channel. Yeah, his Vision Pro stuff was probably really hard to listen to because he was openly shilling for it without a real use case, you know? How many Vision Pros got returned within their 30-day usage? The majority of them, because no one actually envisions a real use case for these fucking things. Eventually, will there be? Yeah, sure. But it's gonna be contingent upon shills like MKBHD. Who cares if he gets a literal dollar from Apple? He makes his money from being the person that gets early access to Apple products. all niceties to Theo. Theo would use any of the products he shills for if he didn't shill for him. I believe that to a degree, but it also means that he doesn't give other products a fair shake because he's making money off these other things. I like Theo as a person. Keep that in mind. Personally, I have had really good interactions with Theo. I've also had some bad ones, but again, that's just being human. I'm an asshole sometimes too, okay? Except the moments where you don't like me. I get it, like X Matrix. I have moments where I'm a total fucking asshole. Every person has those. So I'm not gonna judge someone for those moments. I get it. I totally get it. What I'm getting at is, can you trust my opinion on a product? I'll be honest, I don't use GetKraken that much. The desktop client, pretty much never. GetLens, I've had it installed in my VS Code editor for easily 10 years, but I didn't know all the things it did. And do I use all those things? No, I don't make commits. I don't do like most of the stuff you saw me do in that workshop on a day-to-day basis. But if you're coming to it new, yeah, those buttons are really nice to click. And I think I actually shouted that out in the workshop, and I'm really proud of that. Hey, if you're used to Git, you could probably just use the command line. I know I said that line, basically. And at the end of the day, most of the people I talk to that use GetKraken in general are actually like Git CLI users majority of their time. And then when shit hits the fan, they reach for GetKraken. I've chatted with multiple people that have that approach, and I totally get it. That makes sense to me. It will be on YouTube. Yeah, we plan on releasing it to YouTube on Monday after some editing. If you had registered for it, you should have gotten an email to see like the raw recording. No. So keep in mind, I believe Theo when he says he would use things without the sponsorship money because he likes the product. I believe that entirely. I do think there is a slight bit of, well, because he makes money from these things, he's not necessarily encouraged to try competitors. Right? This is not a slight towards him. This is just simply recognizing that it is a... How do I phrase this right? It's a blind spot that he creates for a reason. Monetarily, specifically. Does it mean that he doesn't think there are other things that could solve that? No, but he doesn't use them because it is counter to how he makes his money. And I can get that. I can understand that. That's fine, man. I would prefer if he was more honest about competitors to the things he likes to promote. And I don't think he is as vocal about legitimate competitors. And I should probably be more vocal about, like, GetKraken competitors too at this point, right? I should be. I should even try them out. I should understand them specifically. I need to actually try out other Git GUI tools just so I can know what they're doing versus what we're doing. That would be better. I agree with that. 1000%. I should actually be checking out other Git GUI tools. For sure, man. That is actually me fucking up by not knowing what they do versus what we do. I only know what we do because I don't use Git GUI stuff in general anyway, if I'm being honest. GetLens really aligns with my workflow. I get that standard. And yeah, right? If you want to put me at arm's length too, I encourage that. For sure, man. Think for yourself, question authority. Think for yourself, question authority. Tool said it on an album. Yeah, at this point, have you recognized that I really enjoy, like, older Tool? Yeah. Enema and Undertow, chef's kiss, for sure. Chef's kiss for early Tool albums. Absolutely. Even Opiate. Opiate's great too. Think for yourself, question authority. So much of the world would benefit from a skeptical mentality towards shilled things. But most people don't actually entertain a healthy skepticism. So at this point, it's on creators, like myself, to fuel and encourage that skepticism. I hope that I got some of that across on stream today. Like, hey, if you'd like to learn Git better, you can look at what GitLens is doing for you. You can do that stuff yourself. No. Like, again, Twofuls, think for yourself, question authority. The authority there is also the 5G cancer assholes. Those people are some authority trying to tell you to just believe them rather than looking into what they do. So, Zach, dev question. If you want to create a monorepo to Vite React projects, can you do this with Package Manager? I don't know what Package Manager is. Typically, if I want to do any type of monorepo thing, especially JS, TypeScript, etc., like focused, I would use PNPM workspaces. Yes, exactly. I think PNPM workspaces are a better route than NPM and Yarn workspaces due to how they do the like workspace like conventions of like accessing a local repo, etc. So I like the conventions that PNPM offers. I know you can do it with NPM. I know you can do it with Yarn, but PNPM has been a better experience for me so far. I would say double check and verify yourself and try it. But for me, yeah, PNPM is the move. That said, if you want to do something where like your builds and other things are cached in a really nice way, you might also check out Turbo Repo. But there are less cases where I've found Turbo Repo to be like necessary. Where I've like installed it and then realized I didn't need it. But at the end of the day, like Turbo Repo is a nice way of like scaffolding a monorepo in general anyway. And then you can gut the stuff you don't use. Yeah, no worries, I play. Have a good night. Yeah, cheers. It does feel like a Friday. Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of treating today like a Friday too. Whiskey-wise, obviously. So yeah, Zach over on YouTube. I would say give Turbo Repo a shot. At some point you might realize you don't need it, and then you just gut it and do the PNPM workspace part. But Turbo Repo does some really nice things too that you might not realize you need yet, but if you build your project with it, at some point you can see the value pretty quickly. So again, totally up to you. And keep in mind, I am biased because I know someone that works at Vexilla that is specifically a developer advocate or whatever their name is towards Turbo Repo, right? Anthony Shu, awesome dude. So I am biased because I like him as a person. He's great. He's awesome. I will support what he does in many cases. So if you don't want to use Turbo Repo, you won't offend me. But I do at least want to point out that I am recommending it specifically because Anthony Shu is awesome. And he does work on the project. So yeah, right? I'm like honest about my bias. I'm trying to be like, come on. I'm trying to be as transparent as I can possibly humanly be. All right? I'm gonna pour another whiskey. Because the more whiskey I drink, the more transparent I become, right? And eventually, thanks to that, you could see through me. Hold on, I'm like butchering a Bill Hicks quote, right? There is shit. I'm messing up the Bill Hicks quote. Hold up. Your denial is beneath you. And thanks to the use of hallucinogenic drugs, I see through you. That's a solid line. Whiskey Chris is an X-ray machine. Yeah. Nanu, motherfucker. So Twofuls, what you're talking about is actually a proper debate tactic, right? You can become a, hold on, phrasing. You can become a master debater by actually being able to put yourself in the shoes of the person arguing against you. By understanding what they're saying better than they do, you can actually counter what they're saying because you understand it so much better. That is debate 101, actually. If you're ever on a debate team, yeah, you might want to understand your point better, but instead, to win a debate, you need to understand the opponent's debate better. Right? Their point. Can you actually make their point better than them? If so, you can actually argue against their point better than them too. And that's just debate 101. Knowledge is power, absolutely. But debating is purely about understanding your opponent better than they know themselves, right? There's some like Sun Tzu philosophy about that, like Art of War style. If you understand your enemy's tactics better than they understand their tactics, you have won. You got this. I know that's not like a literal Sun Tzu like epithet or whatever, but it's true. If you understand your enemy better than they understand themselves, you've already won. Yep, exactly. So hold up, we're at 6:30 p.m. I don't feel like ending stream at the moment. I do wonder what this like toilet paper roll trick actually does. I've seen this multiple times and damn it! Fucking Lifehack is gonna make me click one of their bullshit ads, but I'm not gonna do it today. But instead, hold on. Let me go pour some more water and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. BRB. See you in a sec. Alright. I am back. And yeah, we are basically in rant mode today. I like ranting, okay? Come on. Ranting is super good fun. I really, really wanted to click the toilet ad. Oh, man, I just don't know. What was the toilet ad trying to tell me, man? I guess we'll never know at this point. No, they've presented that ad to me multiple times. I have further opportunity to click it later. Technically, I just got Star Trek game or Star Wars games to play later, so we're good. Yeah, exactly. I didn't miss out on nothing. Hold on. Sorry, I gotta reply to someone here. ESO expansion. Ooh, is ESO actually good? Hold on. Labor Day today where you're at? Oh. I didn't think about Labor Day being, like, different for people. Yeah, Labor Day here in the US is, like, end of the year. What's the other one? Memorial Day? When is Memorial Day? May 27th, so like a month later. Ooh, so for Seb, Labor Day is tomorrow as well. May 1st is Labor Day for most parts of the world. Interesting that it's different. Hold on. You enjoy ESO, but you really like lore games? Yeah, I feel like ESO does a really good job of making, like, good, fun lore and, like, stuff that you'd enjoy. All right. So anyway, responding to another company that I am doing some basic content for, and I got roped into a workshop. I like the people doing this thing, and the amount of effort I've put in so far, like, it's like 2 months of effort, but really, like, you know, I'm slacking. What up, Denzel, Mr. Sir? How you doing? Cheers. Yeah, for Highlight, I want to help them promote their thing. I want to do that, but I also want to make sure that the company I actually work for that pays my salary doesn't feel like I am neglecting their stuff for a thing I'm doing for other people. Right? I really like Highlight. I think Highlight's awesome. I want to help them make their workshop as productive as possible, and I'd actually love to maybe, like, marry the two in like a, you know, like, not like a binding way, but, like, could Highlight and Get Kraken actually do something together at some point? Maybe. Is it a tough balancing act? Not really, because the work I'm putting in towards Highlight is very minimal. I'm not treating Highlight as a full-time job. I'm treating Highlight as a purely contract thing in which we did some work here on stream. We made a talk, and that talk is actually going to be the content of, like, the workshop we do, for sure. But I owe them a proper, like, edited video and a blog post. But all of that is, like, very self-contained to just one thing. So yeah, like, technically, work benefits from being my entire thought process. Whereas my contract with Highlight only benefits from me thinking about the scope of that one narrow contract. And yes, I will have to push back and say, like, yeah, you might want a video a month. I can't do that. I'm sorry. I think every 2 months is doable, because I want to make sure I'm concentrating on the company I work for. So that'll be like a tougher conversation at some point. They don't compete whatsoever with each other, which is why if they decided to introduce Get Kraken into their organization, we could do some really good, like, collaborative content. But I'm not trying to, like, shill or push anything, you know. No. Like, I'm not trying to do any of that. I do think there is value to growing my brand, and I have had the CEO of the company I currently work at say, like, yes, yeah, you got a contract with another company as long as they don't directly, like, conflict with what we're doing, we're good to go. Yeah, like, you growing your brand makes us better. My CEO at the current company at Get Kraken is very smart, very cool dude. Like, really fucking cool dude. He gets it. I did have to have the conversation with my immediate boss when I was in Scottsdale recently, and he also seemed receptive. So yeah, I don't think anyone is actually, like, bummed on the fact that I'm doing stuff for other companies, because, and this is the biggest thing I would push back on if they, like, had an issue with it, the industry is about connections. At the end of the day, if I am building up a good connection with another company, that's a chance for us as Get Kraken to introduce our tooling to a completely independent, separate thing that might benefit from our tooling, you know? And the relationship I have established is valuable. And I think in general, that is how DevRel needs to be evaluated anyway. You should be promoting that your developer advocates and DevRel people are actually branching out to other companies to do other like side content, because that brings you all together in a really, really cohesive way. Because most of the industry is built upon relationships, more so than just sales. It's hard to sell people on that until they finally get it. The people that get it are the good ones. Anyway, yeah, had to reach out, had to just throw a comment. Yeah. We chillin'. I am more live and more just transparent than a lot of things would be, but I cannot necessarily say some things as I do some of this stuff. Burp. Burp. But okay, so yeah, if we look at what we got, we actually see a bunch of errors here in just the general use case, right? Could not construct a valid URL. Could not construct URL. That actually works for me. What up, Sab? How you doing? But yeah, welcome back, Sab. Is this stoner at 7 p.m.? Oh, shit. I think we ranted and we chatted about a bunch of shit. I think I finally understand how I want to structure some of what we're doing. But technically, I probably need to consume less whiskey and maybe have dinner. Yeah, get some food in my belly to where, like, the whiskey absorbs itself into what I'm thinking are going to be sardines and some other shit. Yeah, sardines and tortilla chips is a solid meal. And then from there, we play some games like the latest Jedi Survivor, whatever that game is. That game's super fucking good. Holy shit, the graphics are amazing. The graphics blow my fucking mind. So I might play like a Madden game or two, and then we play some like Jedi Survivor. Dude, that game's super fucking good. Holy shit, that game's so good. That game's blowing my mind how good it is. So yeah. I think we're at the point where, yes, we got work to do on Thursday. We'll focus on doing it, but I think I needed some time to understand the errors that we needed to, like, pass and things we needed to do, etc. I don't mind taking another day to do it right. So yeah, Thursday is the day in which we finalize these Swift errors. Dude, I mean, Trevenge, don't feel bad. We'll see you again soon, right? Ooh, four wheel. If you want to create an issue for that, yeah, we could make that happen real soon. And the bug is basically that when someone does a gift sub, like, 5 subs, they're all included as a single audio clip. When instead, being able to split them out to their own audio clip would be a way better experience. So if you want to create an issue for that, fuck yeah. That'd be awesome. If you want to try your hand at making your own fix for that, code-wise, I'll happily evaluate it. Sounds like a good coding problem, right? I believe in you. I bet you can do this. If you don't want to, that's fine. If you got other shit you gotta do, that's fine. And yeah, Sab, yeah. It was such a good stream. We had a great stream. This is fantastic, right? I teach, I smile, I rant, home run. I get it. Thank y'all for chilling. Ooh, 4-wheel. If you want to take your, do your hand at making the issue template, that sounds great too, man. Anything you want to do. Up to you. Don't feel obligated. Look at how, dude, look at that. Right below here on stream. Look at how we concatenate the emotes. Spread the love. And it's not even separated. It's like joined perfectly because I fucking nailed it with Stream Parrot. Didn't I? Ooh, I fucking nailed it. So good. But okay, let's go raid someone. Let's do something, right? Who's even streaming right now? Shit. I see Time Enjoyed streaming. My instinct is to raid Time Enjoyed. But I haven't raided Acorn in a while, so we're gonna go raid Acorn. Don't tell her that I wanted to raid Time Enjoyed instead. Please don't. Because I really enjoy Time Enjoyed stream. The fact that we've seen Time Enjoyed grow so massively from not knowing shit to pretending she doesn't know shit. Time Enjoyed's awesome. I'm a huge Time Enjoyed fan. But instead, let's go hang out with Acorn, who knows way more than most of us, including me. Acorn is really good at what she does. Maybe less so in like the Helldivers aspect. She dives in way too deep, way too often, to where she gets blown up by my own, nukes, etc. No, Acorn kills it. It's me throwing the wrong nukes. That's on my end. That's my bad. Acorn kills it, though. Super good. Everyone I raid is the best. I wouldn't raid them if I didn't like them. Including Hannalicious last night. Super good dude. I wouldn't have raided him if I didn't like what he was doing. It's that easy. So yeah, let me go say goodbye to the YouTube. Thank y'all for hanging out. Thank y'all for chilling. Yeah, 57 views at only 5 minutes each, so people didn't want to stick around. I get it. It's fine. But thank you for the people that did.